Hello. Hello. Okay, cool. That looks fine. Let's go over to this one over here. Okay, let me just open up my Twitch stuff so I monitor the stream. Okay, excuse the massive noise. Okay, goody. Okay, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day. Let's see what we are up to for today. So, yesterday I finished this, the end game menu. So I finished all the stats and stuff, so it works now perfectly. Nothing more to do. Yeah. Okay. So there really isn't a lot of stuff on my to-do list, so I need to really sit down and maybe expand this a little bit. Think of stuff to add. And I have some ideas. And we'll get to that. But for now, let's go and let's make this pause menu. And then we're done. And then we're done with the UI, the basic UI stuff that's absolutely required. Okay, so let's start the timer. And let's take it on. Okay. Yeah, let's have a look. You know what? I need a jacket. It's cold. Yeah. Give me a minute. How much noise am I gonna make? Okay, I'm back. This feels better. Okay, so let's have a look. Yeah, let's just run the game quickly, and I can show off the menu. No, it's gonna be hard because I tested the game yesterday, so I wanted to, have a good idea of how it plays. So yeah, everybody's health is now a reasonable value again. But it plays quite nice. So a few things. First of all, let's fix the music. This is too much music going on right now. Music manager, just chill out a little bit. Okay. So while I play, let me talk about the game. So it's enjoyable, right? But I noticed a couple of things, and I think I'll have to go and write them down in my to-do list or just somewhere. I noticed that. So this, it's hard, right? So I have this idea that you need to be able to. You need to make a demo and you need to get it out there and it needs to be fun before you invest too much time. Okay? And that sounds reasonable, right? So my problem currently is, what does the demo have to be fun for me before I try to test it with the general, audiences? And I think the answer is yes, right? I don't think I can just... I cannot rationalize, making a game that I don't even enjoy, sending it to people and waiting for their feedback. Right, I can't... getting a demo on Steam and then it's like, look at my cool game. It's not quite as fun as I would like it to be, but please let me know if you enjoy it. That's kind of dumb. Okay, but what I noticed was a couple of things. First of all, there is not enough variety in terms of enemy types. At least that, for it to remain interesting over the course of 10 rounds, for instance. So between when you start, right, and when you get to the crocodile boss. It just feels like, these little lizards and the frogs, they get kind of old. I also feel like the frogs are too much. Right, these lizards, you can see, they're not a problem. Obviously, the Chicken Knight is very good against them. But generally speaking, they're not really an issue, right? I feel like I'm missing a third enemy. Something between a lizard, which is super easy to deal with, and the frogs, which... I wouldn't say they're hard to deal with, but they are certainly quite a bit stronger, just in terms of how they play, right? So the fact that they have an AoE ranged attack is a bit much. Even if you increase their cooldown for the attack, it's still a bit too much. Okay, so let's do something here. While we have this discussion, let's try this. I want a heading 3, and let's call this fun and balance. Yeah, you can make this a to-do list. Is it a toggle heading? I know you can make toggle headings. Toggle heading, yeah. No, not everything should be underneath the toggle heading. Okay, whatever. I can always change this later on. But anyway, so let's think about this. We'll do the UI stuff later. You know what? Actually, let's change my time tracking not to UI but other. Okay. So here's what I feel like. I feel like there's a couple of problems, a couple of issues. Do I want these to be to-do lists? Okay, so let's think about this. The first one is I feel like the enemy not enough enemy variety to keep game interesting. I can't spell variety apparently. To keep the game interesting for 10 waves, right? So that's kind of the first thing I said. Going from just going through all 10 waves just to get to the boss. Look, the boss is nice and everything, and he's interesting enough. But to get there, it just takes too long, right? Or it doesn't take too long. It's just, it gets a bit tedious. It's like, okay, I don't have anything new or interesting happening right now during those 10 waves, right? If you think about a game like Brotato, for instance, it's also, I think it plays. How long does it actually play? How many waves do you play? It's like 20, right? 20 waves. And each wave is like 30 seconds, so that's the one thing. The waves are shorter. So what my problem is here... Okay, let me drink some coffee. So here's my problem. So the waves are quite long, first of all, in this game. So let's do that. Waves are quite long. And this means you get tired of the same two enemies quicker. Yeah, so what we can do with that is you can imagine that we can say, okay, cool. There's not enough enemy variety. It doesn't feel like it because the game doesn't remain interesting for 10 waves. Okay. That could be... There could be two problems with that. First of all, the waves are too long, which means you are fighting those same two enemies for a much longer time per wave. Like if each wave is 3 minutes, that means in the 30 minutes that you played, you were fighting the same two enemies the whole 30 minutes. So you could say, let's make a wave 1 minute. That would at least mean that you only experience those enemies for 10 minutes in total. Now, do I want the playtime to be 10 minutes only? Probably not. But it would feel better. I would guess it will feel better if you only have two enemies. So at this point, since we only have two enemies, a 10-minute game loop would feel better, in my opinion. You won't get bored. You won't get bored of the same enemies as much, right? Okay, so that's the one thing. Another problem I experienced was the map felt very big, as in and this led to a couple of issues. So the first issue was was with the totems, right? Totems are very far apart sometimes, right? Because they randomly spawn, which meant a lot. Is that not a lot of running? Okay, and the other thing with this is that you need to destroy the totems fast or get overrun, right? Okay, and another issue with this is not only do you get overrun, but when totems are left to spawn a endlessly, the game starts to break. You know, because there's just too many enemies. Okay, so this is kind of how I feel like, right? So the variety is not so lacquer, and the map size feels like a problem. And what this also led to was the fact that move speed or movement speed is a necessity. So it doesn't really, and this is not something I wanted. Because if you think about it, so you have the different characters, and some of them are good with movement speed, and that's nice. But what it's felt like is that it's not that some of them are good with movement speed, it's that everybody, all your characters, require as much movement speed as possible because the map is massive. And if you have a slow character, they cannot reach all the totems quick enough to destroy them to finish the level. Right, so you have this, yeah, it's kind of a problem, right? So, it didn't feel good. So, like for instance, the Ranger consistently feels like the best character for me. And the main reason, well, first of all, she's range, which means I can deal with the frogs. Okay, so that's nice. Second of all, she's very fast from the start, which meant I could run to all the totems, just ignore the enemies, kill them as quickly as possible, and then deal with whatever enemies are left, right? As soon as I played the Wizard, what tended to happen was, because I'm so slow, a lot more enemies spawned, right? And while I could still deal with it for the most part, it doesn't feel good. Especially like on waves, 5 up, where there are a lot of totems. And you need to do a lot of running around to destroy the totems. I could never... So, there was never a point where I felt like, this is fine. I could just fight the enemies where I'm at, right? And if you think about it, like, the Wizard might be the character that does that. The Wizard could be the character that says, okay, I could run around searching for totems, or I can stand my ground and just fend off the waves of enemies, right? And it's kind of the same with the chicken. The chicken should be able to do the same thing. Be like, okay, I could go off the totems, but I'm a big tanky knight. I want to stand here and slay some lizards. And I want that to feel like an option. But currently, that option doesn't exist. You need to run constantly just to go find all the totems and kill them. And because the map's so big, it feels like you need more movement speed to do that. So I ended basically every run I played, I ended doing I basically spent all my skill points in movement speed for the knight and the owl, until they are at least, almost as fast as the ranger. And only then do I spend skill points in damage or some other thing. Every time. Like, it's just, they felt terrible without the extra movement speed. Yeah, so that's, you see where I'm getting at, right? It's like, it needs to be fun. There needs to be a choice, and you shouldn't be forced or feel like you are forced to always take a specific stat because it's somehow required, right? It's like when you balance damage versus attack speed. You can get your DPS high, so damage per second, by taking one or the other, right? Okay, but what if I had an enemy in the game that had armor, for instance? And armor meant there's a flat damage reduction. And now, all of a sudden, I force all of your characters to spec into damage just so that they can get through the armor. So now the only viable option to increase your damage per second was to increase your flat damage. And that kind of feels, wouldn't it be better if you had an option? You could change your attack speed because that felt good, or you could change your damage because that feels good, right? Okay, another problem that this led to, the big map, was since enemies spawn in known locations, you can basically evade. Good morning, the Sky New Zealand. Ah, jeez, spelling English is hard. How are you doing today? On this Friday? But you have a half day at work? I hope so. We all deserve to have half days on Fridays. One hour left. Ah, you're almost at the end, eh? Almost at the end. I'm trying to figure out how I can make the game more fun. And I played it a lot yesterday. And this is kind of my thoughts so far. I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, okay, I could make a demo available and have people play it, but I already know the game's not fun. So it's not entirely required for me to make a demo to get that feedback. And I feel like these are my main issues. Enemy variety at this point is not enough. And the map size is a problem for me. Because it leads into some issues with the way the game plays. Another issue, actually, that I felt was the character scaling. And I don't exactly know how to state this. Well, I think it was benched characters were leveling too fast. So that's a small... how am I not... Oh, double L. Really? Since when? Wow, that thing is just not wanting to take that correction. So the bench characters were just leveling too fast. That's a small tweak that I can do. You have a thought? What's your thought? It's a small tweak. Because what I was feeling was it didn't really matter which character I chose. I ended up with them all roughly being the same strength. It didn't feel like any one character was left behind at all, which is kind of what I want. But I also want to incentivize the player to actually use the other characters as well. Right, so... and this scaling isn't necessarily level dependent. Because it's... Even on level 1, you can tell, for instance... And this is partly because of the movement speed problem that I have. You can tell that on level 1, the Ranger is already a lot better than the other two characters. And the reason for that, I believe, is the map issue. Is the fact that a lot of the gameplay requires you to move fast and destroy the totems. And on level 1, the Ranger already does that. She moves fast. So she feels very good. Like if you look at all the stats that we have available to play with, right? What do we have? We have... I also finished this. Okay, let's hide these other ones. Yeah, I mean, so you can play with damage, attack speed, movement speed, max health. So max health is never the correct option. Right? Max health is never correct. And that feels dumb, right? So if you ever select max health, you're making a mistake. Okay? Damage is okay. Attack speed is okay. Right? You can fiddle with those. And movement speed is by far the best stat you can get. You should level up movement speed as much as you can, as quickly as you can. Because that's the only way you can get to all the totems on the map. Attack speed has a problem where the animation speed kind of limits your maximum attack speed. So this is good up to a point, and then it doesn't really make a difference anymore. And then damage is obviously damage. It doesn't feel that good, and I think the reason is the enemies, and I might have to write this down. The enemies always start off on the start of a level with 8 health or something like that. So a very small amount of health, and all my characters start with like 10 attack minimum, right? Which means you can always kill any enemy with one shot for the first minute of a wave. After that, they get a bit stronger, but then they get like 5 extra HP. So if you have 15 damage, you can still one-shot them. So you need to spend very little resources into damage to be able to kill the enemies. And then obviously the boss comes, and if you still have 10 damage with the crocodile, you're just screwed. So there's no incentive to change your damage or to get your DPS up, really, until the boss comes. And then it might be too late for you. That's kind of an issue. What are you saying here? Giving them a priority factor? So some kind of a priority factor. They may hate specific... Okay, so the frogs, like, hate the owl in particular. So you can kind of taunt them or, get them to chase the owl somewhere. I mean, that could work if it's like a multiplayer game, I think. I mean, currently, it's not a multiplayer game, right? So, there's only one character on the map at the moment. I want this to feel good. Yeah, but that could be an interesting way of designing the multiplayer experience. So that it's... or you can even give some of them intelligence. Like, let's say you have players take the knight and some other player takes the wizard. You could have an intelligent enemy that knows the wizard is more fragile, and therefore they focus the wizard first, for instance. Or they try to get to the wizard, and the knight would kind of have to, intercept them or something like that. Yeah, you could do definitely things like that. But yeah, for now, it'll be good if I could just get all these things to feel good. Yeah, so I'm just brainstorming a little bit. But anyway, so this feels like it's bad. And I think I found a reason for this fine. Okay, so the first reason is damage. Damage is high enough to kill... Oh my goodness. To kill everything. Attack speed limited by animations. Move speed too good. Health irrelevant. Especially since movement speed is so good. So this is not... It's interesting. Oh, you want the enemies to fight each other. It might be interesting. I don't know. But I think I have... So that's... I could destroy the camps. Yeah, maybe. It'll kind of break the lore a little bit, I think. Maybe. I don't know. There's not a lot of lore, right? But still. The idea is the reptile and amphibians kind of teamed up to overthrow the birds, and now the birds are trying to retake their home. And I mean, there's always some infighting, but you can see that it's not going to work. Maybe so lekker. But yeah, it's interesting. So there's a lot of good gamey things we can do like that, right? Nah, it's cool, man. Throw your ideas. And I agree, there are probably more things we can do to make the game interesting. But like, I go back to a game like Vampire Survivors or Brotato or something like that. What makes those games interesting? Right? There's really not a lot of complicated ideas going on there. But one of the things is, let's say in Brotato, all the stats you can take for your potato feel relevant. Right? So that's important, right? You need to have them all feel good. It never felt to me when I was playing that game that, I actually just need damage. The rest of the stuff doesn't mean anything. Right, or it also never felt like... Also, so that's the one thing, right? So the character stats were all relevant. Also, there was a lot of variety. So, if you look at this and you think about it, so I think in that game, there's 20 waves. A wave is like 30 to 45 seconds. And there are so many different types of enemies that you need to approach in different ways that the game is interesting for the whole 20 levels, 20 waves. My game currently feels like it falls off very quickly. And the reasons are twofold. First of all, there's only 2 enemies, so that makes it kind of uninteresting after you figure out what they do. And also, a wave can be quite long, right? You can play like for 5 minutes on one wave, and then you've had enough, frogs and lizards. And then in the next wave pitches some more frogs and lizards. You're kind of like, okay, it's just the same thing, but more. So if I can spice up the enemy variety a little bit, that'll make it interesting. And then this map problem. I think this is a real problem. So the way Brotato fixes this problem, for instance, is the map is very small, right? So you can never just run away from the enemies. And movement speed, because it's so small, isn't always the best stat. Also, you don't have objectives, really. I have objectives. You need to kill the totems. Since they are far apart, that means you need to have movement speed to get to the totem. So now I've kind of made it so that movement speed is a requirement. And that obviously stops you from experiencing the game in interesting ways. It's like, oh, okay, how do you play this game? No, you just go fast, you kill the things, and it's like, it's kind of like a racing game. I'm like, oh, no, that's not actually what I tried to make here. But anyway. So this is kind of an issue. Brotato gets around this by just making the map very small. Vampire Survivor, for instance, has an infinite map, right? But the enemies always spawn around you, just off screen. So that means they're always close to you somehow, right? So it's not like you could just go off and run away like you can with this game, because they always spawn at the camps. Like, I found myself a lot of time just running around in circles to evade the enemies. So if you think about it, Vampire Survivors, you have this idea where you become this godlike character. You're not fast enough to just run away from everything. Like, it's literally impossible. But you are godly in terms of the amount of magical power you possess, so you can destroy everything, no problem. And that kind of feels nice, right? And I want you to feel like you are getting more powerful in this game as well. It's like, you shouldn't have to just run away. You could potentially just stand your ground and destroy the lizards and frogs. The knight almost does that, right? So the knight almost gets there when he's fighting lizards. Like, you don't have to run away with the knight. You can stand your ground and you can just destroy lizards, no problem. The frogs are a problem, though. So yeah, just trying to put into words the things I feel like I need to work on. And some of them might have significant effects on the way I progress with the game development. For instance, if I decide that, the map is too big, let's make it smaller, that's going to have a big impact. On level design and all that kind of stuff going forward, right? Or I could change, if I could leave the maps the size they are, but I change the spawning mechanism, and even the totem stuff, I might have to tweak that a little bit. Right, so for instance, what I could do is, if the map stays big, I could say, okay, enemies spawn from all over. And, depending on where the character is. The totems are not destroyed to stop spawning necessarily. They are spawned as loot boxes. You can go and destroy a totem, and by destroying a totem, you get an item or some power-up, experience, whatever the case might be. So there's still an incentive to go and destroy the totems. Now, the only thing I can imagine that's going to be a problem with that is movement speed is still going to be very good. It's like, well, if I can get to the totem, I get this cool item. I'm just going to flip and run for it, right? And then also, what's your end game or your end wave condition? Do you just make timed waves again? Yeah, it's so hard. I'll have to think about this some more. But for now, let's go and build some stuff in the game. So the next or the last thing I really need in terms of menus is maybe just a pause menu. Right, so let's add a empty game object and let's just call it pause menu. Okay. Let's hide this other one. Okay. So what do we want for a pause menu? Let's see. Alright, so first of all, we want to add a background, right? Add UI panel. Yeah, some background. Getting extra time when you defeat a camp. Oh. So what you are saying is the waves are timed, and every time you destroy a camp, you get more time to continue fighting in that wave. Oh, I just had an idea as well. You kind of sparked something. What if... I'm just thinking how this could work. So what if each level... Because the way this is all working in my head is... You have this big tower thing that you are climbing. You're trying to reclaim it. You're trying to purge it from all the... you're trying to purge all the lizards and stuff. Now, what if you still clear a level by destroying the totem. But destroying the totem isn't possible from minute 1 or from second 1. So what that could do is, so I could do a couple of things. Well, maybe I leave the totems as they are, the current totems. But I could also add like a bigger objective in the level, where it's like, okay, the current totems are there, you can kind of go to them, you get some things when you destroy them, blah blah blah, whatever. But the big totem, which you can only destroy after 3 minutes of surviving that level, or 2 minutes, or whatever the amount of minutes is. You know, it has like a barrier or whatever that, you know, you can't penetrate until you've destroyed enough of the lizards or whatever enemies. And then when it becomes destroyable, it's very easy to destroy. So it's not like you need to flip and sit there and hit it for like 20 minutes. And the reason I'm thinking about that is the following. So what if that's the case, if it takes like 3 minutes before it becomes active, you know where it is, you can move towards it slowly. Like, you don't have to, like now, like on level 8 and 9, when there's 8 totems to destroy before you can end the level, what I did was, you know, you just sprinted to all the totems. So now I have the hiccup. You just sprint to all the totems, try to kill them as quickly as possible, before you even start looking at fighting enemies. But in this way, for the first 3 minutes, the only real thing you need to fight are the enemies. And you can slowly make your way over to the totem. And when you get there, you know, if you have a fast character, yes, you'll get there faster, but then you have to stand around for another minute waiting for it to become vulnerable. Where, you know, you could also have just taken a slow character, you know, taking your time, and eventually, you know, you kind of reach it roughly around the same time it's destroyable. We can even make it like in the middle of the map so that it's easily reachable always. You know, it's never a question of speed. It's always just a question of survival. Yeah, that sounds way better. Because currently, you survive by being faster. I don't want that. Fast could help, but that shouldn't be the only thing you need for survival. You should need like tankiness and DPS and something like that. So it's on a timer. I think it's on a timer. A timer makes sense to me. I wanna design the levels in a way that you don't just want to make a fast character sprint across the level to destroy totems as quickly as possible. And I feel like, yeah, if you have to destroy the other ones before this one becomes damageable, then guess what the main build is going to be. It's like, okay, you take the ranger, you make the movement speed infinite, then you run across the room quickly to destroy the other totems, and so you can destroy the last one. It's not about fighting to survive the horde. You know, you're not fighting the hordes of lizards to survive. You are literally just speed running to destroy the totems as quickly as possible. And I didn't. That's not the game I wanted to make. Because if you want to make a game like that, you need to make all the characters potentially speedy characters, if that makes sense. And that's kind of what I was doing. And that's what I wasn't liking about the way I was playing the game. So I would take the knight, for instance, and one of the first stats I would increase is movement speed. The same with the owl. And then it's like, okay, we just have a we just have like a a run around situation. Okay. That makes sense. So when you destroy a totem, so I think in that case, what we'll have to do, you know what actually could also be now that you say that, you know what could actually be another solution to this? Is to not have enemies spawn on a timer. Because that's kind of part of my problem. That is why it feels better to speedrun the totems. Because when you speedrun the totems, like, there's no real benefit to being slow and methodical. Because if you're slow and methodical, you just get overrun. Because the enemies spawn on a timer. Right? But you could say, and this might be not a bad idea, you could say something, and now all of this is coming together. You could say that the enemies are gonna, maybe I should, there's nothing to look at on the screen except for my face and some UI. But you could say, oh wow, that's much better. You could say that you clear a level by destroying the totems, right? And the amount of enemies that spawn, the maximum amount of enemies that can spawn, is associated with the amount of totems on the level. I'm just thinking about this now. Yeah, so even if you're slow and methodical, you won't get 1,000. Because it's kind of the problem, right? On the later levels, the enemies are just too numerous. Like, especially the bombers. The bombers would just nuke you, right? Because if there's like 50 frogs or 100 or flippin', 150 frogs, it's impossible to approach them. They throw so many bombs, and you just get one shot, basically. And that's because they are on a timer. So each totem spawns, a certain amount of frogs every few seconds. So if you don't destroy the totems fast, you're going to have a problem. Yeah, but you could say... You know what you could say? You could say that, okay, cool, there's a maximum amount of enemies that spawn. Okay, so there's never really there's not a good incentive to just speedy, rush down all the totems. You can be methodical about it. And for every totem you destroy, there might be... It might trigger, like a retaliatory spawning of enemies, for instance, where you destroy the totem and then the remaining totems each spawn an additional enemy, for instance. Yeah, this is hard. But I think the timer thing might be the problem. Since enemies spawn on a timer, you feel like you are on a timer. Nah. I'll have to think about how that could work. But yeah, then you can do... Interesting. Well... There's a lot of things to think about, right? Yeah, but that might be the first step. Have a certain totem spawn a certain amount. Once you get too close, okay, I could do that as well. Then a certain amount more once you destroy it. You can fight or you can run. If you run... Okay, so if you just run away, they return to the main totem to go and protect it. So you have to kill them eventually. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I do think, like, if you have map objectives that are required, you cannot make the amount of enemies that spawn time dependent. If you make the amount of enemies that spawn time dependent, you kind of have to make the whole wave time dependent. So it's like, okay, so this many enemies are going to spawn each second. You need to survive 30 seconds. That makes sense. But in this case, I want the characters to run around and find things and destroy totems. And that means... yeah. Things are going to go too fast. So you could take the night and spend 5 minutes on a level, and it won't feel like you're just going to get owned, right? You can spend 5 minutes because the knight is a slower, methodical character, has a lot of HP. It's not the end of the world. You don't need to spec all your skill points into movement speed so the knight runs as fast as the ranger, for instance. Yeah, so I think that's the main design issue that I'm having. Yeah, makes sense. How do I... Is it Alt? There's a button you can hold. Yeah, it's Alt. Yeah, so I need enemies to not spawn on... They need to spawn on an event taking place that you trigger when you feel like it, and not with time passed. Yeah, that makes sense. I like the way I phrased that. How big does this thing need to be? That big? Is that a good enough pause menu? Yeah, that's a good enough pause menu. Okay. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Add UI Text Mesh Pro. This will be my just the pause menu. Do you call this a pause menu or just say game paused? What? How do you... Okay, that looks terrible. Let's use our cool font. There we go. Let's center everything. Do something like that. No wrap, I think. Yeah, let's make it like nice and big. This is the... pause menu heading. Could they just be already spawned? Oh, you mean like when you get to a map, there's already hundreds of enemies? So that now sounds more like... yeah, so I get what you're saying, but that almost sounds more like an action RPG or something like that, right? Where you are not trying to... you lose some of that survivor-like idea. It's an action RPG roguelike still, right? So it'll still be a roguelike, I guess. But you lose the survivor element. So then I change the game, I would say. Because I believe the idea of a survivor game is hordes of enemies, right? And you are getting... you know, your character becomes some godlike super thing that, you know, fires lightning at these hordes of enemies. Just like it. Look at the spelling. And look, that's not necessarily a bad idea. What you'd have to do then is make the enemies more interesting, I think. Or more powerful, at least. Instead of just having a horde, you have a few well thought out, you know, strong enemies. And there's 5 at a camp that defends their camp, right? And there are many games that do that as well. Obviously. That's a very common thing with... yeah, then it might feel more like Hades or something like that, I guess. I shouldn't overthink this too much, right? I like the idea, but maybe we still make it so they spawn a lot. And you still do the survivor type idea. We don't want to lose that. The main thing is I don't want to... I don't want to accidentally, you know, get myself into a situation where I'm making a super complicated game. You know, my vision for this game is to be simple but fun, and I feel the fun is derived from, you know, you getting to level 10 with this incredibly powerful knight that just kind of bulldozes everything, you know, and you feel that power because of the sheer amount of enemies that the game throws at you, and the knight is like, what is this? You know, this is nothing. And that's where I feel like I want to go to, you know. Yeah, and I also want there to be passive abilities and effects on the characters. I'm also actually kind of tempted to just have it be a one-handed type of game where you don't necessarily need to have like you could control movement, right? And the character kind of attacks themselves. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but I was thinking about that for a while. To make it very casual. So it's a fun game, but it's casual. Like you can sit here playing it with one hand while you're watching some stream or whatever on the side. But yeah. Okay. What else do we need? So we need another and just an empty game object. And we'll call this pause menu buttons. Okay, we can have a vertical layout group for them. And we just add 3 buttons. So we'll do 1 button, UI button. Okay, we'll anchor it in the middle. Oh wait, okay. This thing is overriding everything I do. Okay, so we want them to be middle center. Yeah. Okay. So let's see, how big should these buttons be? I don't know, 250 by 70. That looks like a button to me. And then the text. Make it bold. Make it all caps. Make it entirely black, I feel like. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's probably going to be too big. So let's just see if we change the text to main menu, for instance. Yeah, that's too much font size. Okay, main menu button. Okay, I think that looks okay. So then we just duplicate. And then this one would be the settings button that doesn't do anything. And this one will be the restart game. Well, restart button. Okay, and let me just make the settings. Restart. There we go, and then arranging them should be as simple as making some spacing here. Okay, why is this thing not... should I do upper center? Lower center? Oh, I should make this thing bigger. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. For them to be spaced correctly. That looks fine. And then we just maybe move it down a little bit. And now the game paused. Looks terrible. I think. Let's make it normal. Let's do that. And make the text size like 80. Yeah. Game paused. Like that. And then my buttons can sit over there. Right, that's not so bad. Okay, where do we want this? Okay, so for now, I have this main menu button. So let's just, not that one, this one. So I have this main menu button. I think I'm gonna repurpose this and make it the pause game button. Okay, we can make this look better, I think. Okay, pause game and pause game button. Okay, cool. And then in my this thing, I just need to do game paused. Paused. So the main menu button for game paused. Oh, come on. Why are you fighting me? And the game paused restart button, right? And then we need to add one of those and one of those. And this would be game paused main menu and game paused restart. That should be working, I believe. Okay, now I just need to get that thing to do some button stuff. Oh, what script did I put here? Wow, this must be something I attached a long time ago. Let's remove this. It's not entirely necessary. Okay, so when we pause the game, okay, let's see. We should get the game manager, and there is a enemy game manager toggle pause. Oh wait, we need a resume button. Damn it. Okay, but let's say we toggle pause when you click this button. And you, what else do we do? I guess I could just make the pause menu, put it in here, and say game object set active to true. So when you press that button, it should pause the game, set game up, set that to true, and it should probably also hide the other UI, I believe. Now, do I have a functioning game manager that I could already do this with? Don't remember. Okay, so but we do have show game over UI. So what we can do, this is not required, this is not required. We're not doing any of these. Okay, so we can actually just do everything in the button, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so in the button. We do everything inside of the button. Okay, button, come here. So we add... so this would happen when you were playing the game. So our game playing UI, we just want to hide that. Okay, so we hide that. We show this one, we hide that one. And then you're kind of screwed because you can't get out of it from there. Okay. This thing is not shown from the start. Okay, let's play the game. Let's just test that quickly. Yeah, resume buttons are overrated. If you wanted to pause the game, you now have to restart the game. And null reference exception. Oh, I didn't drag in the new buttons into this script. Yep. Main menu button, you go there. Restart button, you go there. Yeah, it's cheating. Exactly. Okay, let's see this working. Okay, Ranger. Ranger, go. Okay, so I'm playing the game. I'm like, oh no, my pizza is here. Restart. I should also maybe make that you should be able to pause the game with a key input, like escape or whatever. I'll need to do that eventually anyway, especially if you want to add controller support, right? They're not gonna have a cursor on the screen that they can use to go and find the buttons. Yes, I don't even remember. I haven't done any input stuff since the very start of making this game. Looks like I have player action maps and UI action maps. And I don't understand any of them. Hi, Lane Hogan. Good morning. I'm going to say good morning because it's 5 a.m. It might not be 5 a.m. where you are at. Am I adding or fixing bugs? I'm polishing them. I'm finding them and I'm making them work just right. I think I got over the most egregious bugs. I'm currently just playing with UI stuff. Okay, but at least we have a pause menu now, so people can pause. Oh wait, we can't. We can't say that yet. Our pause menu doesn't have a resume button. Okay, let's see if we can make that work. Where would the resume button be? Probably at the top, right? Okay, let's just duplicate this. And let's call it the resume button. And let's put it at the top. And then we need to change the text. Resume. And now nothing fits into my menu anymore, of course. Of course they don't. Can I change this? I mean, I can. That's fine. Move it up a little bit. That doesn't look too... Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm making the bugs into features. Okay, so what happens when we click the resume button? Nothing, obviously. So I think the only things we have to do realistically is from the game manager, toggle unpause, right? Game manager, toggle unpause. And that will also show the game playing UI, so that'll fix the UI stuff. And then I just need to hide my pause menu. Right. Is that all you have to do for a resume button? That seems very straightforward. Let's see it work. Oh. Whoopsie. Okay, this is not good. Wow, this is the first time I've been able to do this. I'm playing all 3 characters at the same time. And, I also do 0 damage, apparently. Oh my word, this is new. Okay, but if I select one, okay, then... Okay, so the pause menu should not appear from the start of the game. Let's duck and cover, so try and get me in here. Die! Got him. Okay. I actually wanted to test the button. I just played the game. Okay. Anyway. So pause. Resume. Pause. Oh, look. I can even... resume. There we go. Alright, that's enough functionality for now, I think. Great stuff. Okay, we need to hide this thing by default. I might not want to deactivate it like this. Maybe we go into the game manager and just tell it to hide that menu. I think so. Because apparently my game manager is the UI manager, actually. Oh, which is fine. Okay, yeah, so we need just another one here. Call it game pause UI. And on start, game, no, what the hell? Game pause. UI.set active false. Okay, and let's just plug that in. And then we're done. And we sorted. We've done it. We can ship the game. Hey, pause menu UI. There we go. Okay, you can do all the basic things that a game does, I think. Okay, let's go tick that off from our to-do list. UI stuff. Pause menu. Restart works. Return to main menu works. Settings. Yeah. I mean, there's a button there, but none of my settings buttons do anything. Okay, so I can't click that right now. Okay, cool. So, the next question is what to do for the rest of the stream. Do we try and work on some of the fun and balance for the game? Or... yeah, what else could we do? We could try and make it more fun by implementing and testing some of these things. Or we could do, let's see. There is still, for the boss, I wanted to add a dash or jump. So I want him to periodically, when he feels like it, dash towards the player and hit them with the hammer, or jump towards them, right? It's kind of a jump dash. He jumps forward like the big hulking guy he is. So I could do that. I could also just do some polish stuff, right? So I don't think I have just polish stuff here somewhere. So we could just do to-do list. Some polish. For instance, a very good one would be sound effects for footsteps. Right, nobody makes any sounds when they walk around. That's kind of weird. So that's the one thing I would like to do. Also, one of the bugs I'm still struggling with is the attack animation for the wizard. Yeah. What? What just happened? Did I just somehow close my Chrome? That's weird. I never knew that button existed. Anyway, so we could do fixing the attack animation. Wizard. So there's a bug there. We can go try and squash. Actually, let me show you that bug real quick. Let's see if we can figure out what causes it. We can think about it a little bit, if we can see it in action. Okay, so it smells like swamp, so the wizard is our best bet. Okay, so this is what happens. It's going to be difficult for you guys to see. Okay, so let me see. So when I shoot a fireball, okay, I hold in right click. He goes into his walk and aim mode. He shoots, and if I let go, like I'm not in walk and aim mode, like he doesn't look towards the mouse, but he shoots one more fireball. So the trigger doesn't work perfectly. So let's see, actually. Let's go look at the wizard and see if we can't figure out how this trigger is happening or not happening. So it wouldn't be there. So what I'm thinking it is actually the animations. Yeah, because the fireball is emitted on the end of the animation. Right, that's when he shoots the fireball. So what I'm thinking is we should look at the animator. And that might give us an idea, specifically the attack layer, why he does another round of attacks. So let's see if we can figure this out. Game, unpause yourself. Okay, so now he's in the empty state, so he doesn't play the attack animation. I shoot once, I let go. Yeah, you can see there he shot. He did it again, right? So I shoot once, I let go of the trigger. He goes back into shooting. Okay, so let's see. This transition could be the problem. No, end the game. Okay, so this transition has an exit time. That's fine. The conditions is the attack trigger. Yeah, I was not looking at the attack trigger. Okay, let's just get to a point where I can actually look at something here. Okay, so the attack trigger might be the problem. Okay, so we have the attack trigger zone for the wizard, and I think it's responsible for triggering the attack. So let's just see. Oh, jeez. I can't look. This is my old way of triggering attacks. It's so bad. Why did I do it like this? Ugh. Anyway. Okay, a lot of this is completely pointless. It's time to refactor some code. Damn it. Okay. Enemies in trigger area. So, you know what? I just want this check sphere. to actually work with that. These can go away. And then this nonsense can go away. So we just do it this way. And also for my gizmos, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Okay, we'll go tweak this in the editor, but let's see what happens here. I have this attack trigger flipper, which is dumb. I don't know why, but I have it. Okay. Let's just delete some of these logs as well. I don't know why all this is here. Okay, so let's see. Enemies in trigger area. Okay, so it's a check sphere. It checks. Do we have some enemies that we can fireball inside some sphere? Okay, they are, or they are not. And then we basically do this. If the enemies in the trigger area is not equal to enemies was in trigger area, we trigger the attack. Now, this is terrible. Yeah, I've updated this behavior so much for the crocodile, because I have a similar type of thing happening. Yeah, I can fix this. I can make this so much better right now. Okay, so the first thing is your wizard has an attack cooldown. Right, where do we actually go with the attack cooldown? I think it's in the player manager. So let's go to the player manager, if I can find it. There's also this attack trigger. I don't even know who uses this anymore. 5 references. What's the character? That doesn't make any sense. But anyway, let's go to the player manager. So what I think is, let's see. I don't see anything here. Just like these scripts. Find attack. Yeah, on attack trigger stuff has been removed. Wait. Attack timer. Attack trigger, attack number. Yeah, none of this is being used anymore. Player manager on attack trigger. Yeah, okay, this might be where it is at. Okay, so here we get the attack triggers. So, okay. So this function basically asks our wizard attack trigger, are we true or false? Can we attack or not? Righto. Okay, and this is asked when... Okay, this is basically asked over here. So in the state machine, it basically says that, okay, if we are triggering the attack and we are targeting, change the state to attack. Okay. Then I believe in the animator for the wizard, I actually somehow apply my attack cooldown. Why the hell did I do it this way? Yeah, this is my animator for the wizard. So, let's see. Attack cooldown. Attack, update attack speed, yeah. So, we set the float attack speed to be equal to my attack speed times 0.1f. So it's 10% of that number plus 1. Attack cooldown duration. Okay, where is this used for anything? Right here. Yes, this is terrible. Why am I doing it like this? Okay, so apparently my animator is responsible for triggering attacks on cooldown. And that kind of works. Okay, so our attack cooldown progress needs to be greater than or equal to our attack cooldown duration. Okay, then we can set the trigger to attack. Okay, and then we make the attack cooldown progress back to 1, and then we start to time it. Where is this boolean? It's right there. And there? Oh my word, this is horrible. This is such a horrible mess. Why would I do this like this? Oh. Anyway. Okay. So this doesn't make any sense, right? This set trigger, it annoys me. So let's start with our refactoring. So the first thing we need to do is maybe have a public void set attack trigger. Yeah, something like this. And literally what we do is we take the wizard character animator and we set the trigger attack. Okay. So that's the first thing we do. So this becomes pointless. Okay, now where do we run this? Where do we call this function from? Or this method from? I would say the attack trigger script needs to keep track of whether or not it is on cooldown or what the problem is, right? So, to me, that means a couple of things. So, to me, that means I need to have a private bool. You know what? I'm going to give these things brand new names, and I've done this or a similar thing for the crocodile already. So we have an attack timer. Right. So we just need attack timer, attack on cooldown. That's the first thing we need. Then this is basically all the script you need to time this. Donkey. Attack was a trigger. So we just time it over here. Hey, you done with work? Happy Friday. It officially begins. Or happy weekend, I guess that might be better. Okay. So let's just make this like 2F for now. Okay. And then over here, okay, if the player is not dead, we can check if there are enemies in the trigger area. Yeah, you know, this actually doesn't mean anything anymore. The player cannot die necessarily. in the way he could have died previously. Wait. Nope. Why am I forgetting my shortcuts? Is it shift tab? Yeah. Okay. So over here what we do is whew, sorry about that. I think all we have to do here is basically just say, are there enemies in the trigger area? And so, our attack is not on cooldown, right? So if our attack's on cooldown, we don't worry if there's enemies in the trigger area. If it is on cooldown, or it's not on cooldown, that's fine. So if it's not on cooldown, that means we can attack, and there is somebody to attack, so it triggers. Okay. Then this flip attack trigger thing is just dumb. I don't know why this is here. Oh, that was a... Hey, good evening, Mr. Human Limits. YouTube, how are you doing? Hey, making a light bulb spider. You're just making all kinds of stuff these days, it sounds like. Yesterday you were making planes. Today you're making spiders that are light bulbs. You enjoying Blender? So attack trigger equals true. And what else do we do here? Let's see. So make our attack trigger... Oh, we don't actually... Yeah, actually, now I think about it. So we just need our cooldown to be true. Ah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not much of a Blender guy, to be honest. It looks nice, but yeah, I don't know. There's something about creative character design stuff. I don't know. It feels a little bit daunting. Okay, so I'll have the attack trigger here for now, so that we can get it. So else if, well, just else, I think. I just do else. We know what. Yeah, this is a hard one. Okay, let's do if, else if we don't have enemies in the trigger area. If there aren't any enemies in the trigger area, then attack trigger in this case. No. Is equal to false. Right, so we just do this. So we basically check, and you know what? We should also do this in fixed update. I think. Private void fixed update, that's where those goes. Right, because we're using a physics check sphere. Just makes more sense in my opinion. We can do the timer in update, and then in fixed update we do the check sphere stuff. Okay, and then we can change the trigger for our attack. So we can only trigger an attack if enemies are in... Okay, if they are not in our trigger area, this is false. Otherwise, it's fine. But our attack is not on cooldown, so we can't trigger this. Okay. So I don't think this is actually needed for the wizard. I might have to clean this up even more. But now at least we have this trigger, and it invokes only when you can attack. So we don't have a cooldown running, and our attack trigger is fine. Okay, and this is a timed cooldown, right? Now let's see who listens to this event. I wish I could figure that out. Isn't there a way? What? Into extracted method to invoke or at call sites. Wait, why is it trying to do this? I think my code is perfect. I'm not going to make any changes suggested by the AI. Okay, let's see. So, attack trigger, where are you listened to? I think it's in the player manager, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, get attack trigger is right here. Okay, so this thing returns the component. He returns the component to the state machine. What does this thing do with that now? What? What is actually happening right now here? This thing just returns. Oh, it returns true or false. It gets the... Okay. Okay, that's all it does. Okay, so that's that thing. There's this thing, which I don't think does anything anymore. Oh, no, maybe it does. Okay, so this is... Okay, so here we connect those. Connect to trigger zones. Oh, okay. Why am I doing this? Why? Why am I doing this? Okay, let's have the AI fix this for me quickly. So I think... Oh no, this is the private. It's not even something that I'm just randomly accessing from all over the world. So I don't even have to check that. So who needs to know what my attack trigger is? Let's see. So it's right there. Okay, then it's in a bunch of commented stuff. This is where we set it. Doesn't do anything there. Am I just at the top again? Okay, so all of this code means absolutely nothing, it seems like. Okay, fantastic. I'm so glad I know that now. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. Okay, so in this case, I guess what would be a reasonable thing to do is to maybe just take the wizard character manager and, you know, have it relay the signal. Okay, so do I want the wizard character manager to relay the signal for the attack? Or do I want the attack trigger to just straight up call the function in the animator? Let's go see where this attack trigger lives. So the attack trigger lives in this attack trigger zone. Right. So I could have this animator connect straight to this attack trigger zone, for instance. Or vice versa. Is that bad? Might be. Or I could just have the wizard character manager know about. So this is my approach with the crocodile, for instance. The crocodile manager knows about the state machine, the movement script, the animators, all the attack triggers. So it's like a centralized thing that has knowledge of everything else. The movement script doesn't directly understand. It has the state machine at least, but it doesn't know where the attack comes from. The attack, for instance, doesn't know where the signal goes. Just like it. Okay, so wizard. I think we're going to use your wizard manager for the first time ever. Okay, so let's make some serialized. Well, let's make it public. And the first one will be the wizard character animator. And we just call this the animator. And public wizard attack trigger. And this is just the attack trigger. Righto. Okay, so the attack trigger, we can do attack trigger dot on wizard attack trigger. What did I just do? Plus equals tab attack trigger on wizard attack trigger. So when that happens, we can go to the animator dot trigger set attack trigger. Right, so now we've connected everything through this thing. Now we just need to plug them into the wizard character manager and drink some coffee. Okay. The animator goes in there. Attack trigger goes in there. Okay, so the wizard now became the central point for all of this communication to occur. Okay, so let's just open our character animator. Okay, so let's see. So this cooldown stuff is nonsense. Don't want any of this in here. All the cooldown stuff can just go away. Just go away. Attack, cooldown, duration. No. Good evening, Rusto. How are you doing? Okay, so our attack speed still speeds up our animation. That's okay. But yeah, we don't have attack cooldown in an animator anymore. That's bad. The attack cooldown specifically gets set in the attack trigger itself. Okay, so now only when the cooldown has passed and there's an enemy in our trigger zone will this attack trigger fire and set the attack for the wizard. Yeah, why do I not have this actually as a private const string attack trigger, and we call this what was it actually? Attack. Right, and then this goes in here. Breaking your brain. Yeah, I'm just breaking my brain with how dumb my old code is. It's very bad when you go back to some of the code you wrote, you know, at the start of a project. You had no idea how things were going to go in terms of the architecture or the structure or whatever you want to do. But it's a good feeling also. It feels bad because it doesn't, you know. But it also feels good because it feels like I'm learning something. Which I'm enjoying, I must say. Okay. I think that now would work. Technically. I've connected everything. It should be fine. Yeah, it's connected. Well, let's start the game and look for the null reference exception error. I also actually want to look at the animator. Okay, so let's just see if the owl actually does anything. Okay, so that worked. Okay, so that's immediately not good. Okay, let's pause. Let's get our animator open. Put it to the side here. Let's actually look at our parameters for a minute. So this is triggered by our attack trigger. Right? Yeah. Okay, it's kind of annoying. That one over there. Yeah, so we should only go here with it. There's nothing there. So we go attack, we go back to empty state. Empty state should loop. Hey, this is kind of bad, actually. Why did I use my empty state? No. I used the empty state to have cooldowns. This is terrible. This is all terrible. This is bad. Who does this? Let's do this. Okay, we have no transition. We can exit the empty state as soon as we trigger the attack. No transition times or anything like that. Our attack speed in here is dumb. That shouldn't be there. Okay. Yeah. Attack speed there doesn't make any sense. So this, yeah. No, what was I thinking? It's way better to have the trigger only fire when with a timer that I'm doing now in the trigger attack script. Yeah, and I could still... Okay, wait. What else did this do? Maybe it did something else that's interesting. So let's just leave it there. So the only other thing I could think that it does that's interesting is this. Okay, yeah. So this is fine. It physically also increased the speed of the animation itself, but it shouldn't affect this one. We should be able to exit this state on a trigger received and nothing else. Okay. So let's put the animated over here for now, and let's see the parameters and the state changes and stuff happening in real time. And let's drink some coffee. Okay, Owl Wizard guy. Let's see you working. That's very interesting. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? What is triggering this? How's it being triggered? I don't understand. Okay, it doesn't have an exit time, but it needs to have a trigger occur before it transitions. Am I just not seeing the trigger occurring? Is it going too fast? Am I blind? What's the case? What's happening here? Okay, so let's see. Let's do a good old debug.log. Hey, your spider rendering. Nice. Debug.log. This is when the attack should trigger. So I might be continuously setting that, maybe perhaps by accident. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, let's see. So I'm expecting. Oh, jeez. I forgot I didn't stop the game. This is when... Okay, let's select the wizard and let's see. Okay, so he's not... Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. So the first thing is the wizard is triggering attacks that are all over the place. So let's have him only trigger attacks in front of him. And I think this sphere can be smaller as well. I don't know why I made it that big. We can make it a little bit behind him, so he does try to shoot when enemies are up close. Okay. Something like that. Okay, so that's fine. So that's the first thing. Now, but the other problem is, why does he trigger attack even though I am not right-clicking? Oh, I know. It's because the other characters... Yeah. So the other characters do not use an attack trigger, per se. They use the attack state to start attacking. Yeah. And you can only get into the attack state when you click the aim button. Yeah, so play state machine, you can see here, you get the is targeting, and that puts you into the attack state. Okay. So what we can do, so we need to have the trigger can fire, let's say. That's not necessarily the problem, but it shouldn't actually do... let's see. So we want the cooldown to always run, right? We don't want that to be weird. So even if you're not attacking or whatever, it doesn't have to... it can still cool down, right? So then with the character manager, I guess this might be where I do this. Okay, so when we set the attack trigger, we need to maybe check that we are in the attack state. Which we can do, right? Because this is our manager and it has access to everything. Wizard state machine? Or is this the player? Okay, but then in that case, this is a singleton, so we can just do if player state machine dot instance dot get dot state set state get state. Yeah, there's a get state. What am I? What's the problem here? Get state is equal to player state machine dot instance dot state player state machine dot state dot attacking. If that is the case, then we do that. Then we can set the trigger. Okay. Okay, so we still get the trigger from here, but we don't set it unless we are in the attacking state. Is that a problem? Might very well be. Because this is going to happen continuously, right? So let's see. Yeah, maybe we check the state here as well. So that might be better, yeah. So we have to check, okay, is there somebody in the trigger zone? Are we on cooldown? And this stuff, because this is a singleton, the player state machine, so I can I can reference this all the way from over here. Okay, so we just need to make sure that that makes sense and that we can be in the attacking state without firing this trigger. Maybe that is going to be a problem. So maybe we don't check if we are in attacking necessarily. Let's see. Play a state machine. So we check here if we are in targeting and we get the attack trigger. Then we set the state to attacking. Yeah, okay. So this thing sets the state to attacking, so we can't... So maybe we do this instead over there. Yeah, this makes more sense, I think. So we say, okay, are enemies in the trigger area? Yes. Are we on cooldown? No. That's good. Are we actually targeting? Yes. Fantastic. Fire. Shoot a fireball. Right? I think that makes sense. And then in the character manager, we don't actually do... Yeah, we don't do this stuff. Yeah, we don't do any of this stuff. Okay, wizard, show me that you are now better. Okay, so we select the wizard, he doesn't attack, and he won't attack until I do this. And even if I continue clicking, he doesn't attack. Okay, let's see if we can't find some more enemies to shoot. So he doesn't attack, I shoot, I let go. Yeah. So I let go, he doesn't shoot again. Only when I click does he start charging his next fireball. Let's just turn on this gizmo. Okay, so maybe his range, his trigger area is a bit too large. Yeah, because he can now trigger... Like if you look where he's exploding... Yeah. He might... His trigger area is too large right now. Yeah. Okay, cool. This feels so much better. I'm so happy. So trigger area needs to be way smaller. Something like this. It could be maybe a little bit bigger. Let's make it like 10 and let's just do this so he tries. I just wanted to overlap with him slightly so that he tries to shoot enemies that are on top of him. Okay, let's see. Okay, wizard, show me what you got. Okay, so that's fine. Let's see if this seems reasonable. That seemed fine. Actually, let's put on the gizmo. Yeah, it'll still kind of trigger off screen. Let's just see something. Yeah, but that's fine because his AoE is kind of off screen. There we go, and we can pause the game. Yeah. That looks terrible. Is it the gizmos? Okay, it's the gizmos. Then we can resume. Okay, let's try something now. Okay, so we want to have higher attack speed for the wizard, let's say. So let's go fix that, because I think by changing the way the scripts work, that doesn't work anymore. Okay, so now I need to go in the wizard attack trigger script. So I have a 2-second cooldown for an attack now, right? So I might want to reduce that cooldown by an amount, right? Call it a attack speed. Okay. I wonder how we should make the attack speed look. I'm thinking it should be a percentage, right? Yeah. I do think it should be a percentage. I also think this should be something that I could change, like a base attack speed or a base attack cooldown or something like that. That I should be able to set in my scriptable objects for the wizard, for instance. Yeah. But what I can do is I suppose I could do player manager dot instance dot wizard stats, right? Dot character attacks. Let's see, attack speed. Start character attack speed. Okay. So that the start character attack speed is effectively this thing. If I'm not mistaken. I think. We could go look at that. So let's go look at our character script. Character stats. So the start character attack speed is a float. Start character attack cooldown. Okay, so it is a attack cooldown. It's a second. It's some amount of seconds, right? Okay, so that's good. Yeah. So the max cooldown that we start with is equal to the one that I set. Okay. And then we also want, if we go to our character stats, we also have let's see, character attack speed. Right, this over here. And it's a float, and that's fine. So the question is, oh, that's cool. Yeah. You're getting inspiration for your games in your dreams. I also dreamt about a game last night. What game was I dreaming about? Was it my game? Probably. I was gonna say I was. I don't play many other games these days, so it might have been this one. I remember fighting stuff, but I can't remember what I was fighting. So animal-like military mechs. That's pretty cool. You know what I like about the mech, the idea of a mech, or mechanical characters in general, is the modeling. Okay, the modeling itself is still challenging, right? But if you go a low poly type of style with a mech, the joints and weight painting and stuff like that becomes way simpler. Because everything is rigid, right? It's metal. So you don't need stuff to bend and twist and flex and stuff like that. You can just make a joint like whatever joint you make. A joint, right? And you can make it rigid and things move about the joint and that's it. And when you do your weight painting in Blender, when you do animations, you just say, well, I mean, everything is off because nothing should flex when I move this joint, right? I like that about mechs. And if you have a low poly aesthetic, which we do, mechs are also kind of nice to model, I think. Because they fit the aesthetic pretty well, almost by default. I mean, it does not necessarily, you still have to make it low poly, but I mean, you know what I mean. You don't have to have things that are round, right? Flat faces and surfaces and triangles and rectangles and things feel good and at home on a mechanical character. Maybe we should change our game to make everything mechanical. Nah. Maybe we can add mechanical elements, like enemies or something like that, in the future. That'll be the DLC. So I first need to make... Okay, so here's the game plan. I need to do a game plan update at least once a stream. So first, I release this game, and I make $1 million. Okay? After I make $1 million, I make this game multiplayer. Okay? I need the first million, because I don't have time to worry about multiplayer stuff. Okay. So far, it's a pretty basic, I think, completely realistic plan, right? I release the multiplayer version. I make another 2 million. Okay. At that point, it might be a good idea to start working on some DLC content, or maybe the sequel to the game. The sequel will be set in the future, where everything is now mechanical. But I need the first few million first before I get to that point, right? I have such a mind for business, don't I? Okay, anyway. Okay, so we have the start cooldown. That's okay. And basically what I want is, I think I want the attack speed to be a percentage increase for the cooldown, I guess. Right, that makes sense. Okay, we'll think about that. I'm keeping it in the back of my head. Okay, we can see how that works out. For now, though, let's make the wizard attack trigger, see if that works now. Okay, so we get the start attack cooldown. Okay, and then we set our max cooldown to that number. So it's now inside of our scriptable object. Then we need to change our cooldown based on our current attack speed. So let's think about this. If our attack speed is, or our cooldown is 5 seconds, and we have 50% attack speed, does that mean our attack speed is 5 times 0.5, which would be 2.5 seconds? Is that how we apply it? Or is it 5 divided by 1.5, which I don't know what that is. 1.5. So that's, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's 3.333 seconds. I think this is the correct way. But if you think about this, if we go to, for instance, if you go from here to, let's say, 60, 70, and 80%, yeah, this won't work. So it'll have to be something like 1 minus what I have. And then this would be 1 minus 0.6. Fine, for that to work. So if you have 50% attack speed, we take our total attack speed, we subtract 50%, that's 2.5 seconds. Or we subtract, so 5 times 0.4 in that case, so this would be 2 seconds. Okay. And then what happens when we get to 100% attack speed? So I'm just testing the edge cases. So the edge cases would be 0% attack speed. So let's say 5 seconds at 0%. That would just be 5 times 1 minus 0. And that's just 5, right? Now, if we go to 5 seconds and you for some reason got to 100% attack speed, that would mean it's 5 times 1 minus 1, which means you have now 0 seconds cooldown. And then if you go to 110%, you have negative cooldown. Okay, so this math doesn't work. I think this math always works. Yeah, because at just 1, it's 5, right? So that's 0% attack speed. Then at 100% attack speed, this would be 2. And that would be 2.5 seconds. So this is definitely less dramatic. Because, for instance, to get it down to 1 second cooldown, you'd have to get all the way up to 400% attack speed for your cooldown to be 1 second. Kavarian! Ah, you're popping in there with your math. Not even a hello. You just throw some math at my face. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing. Wait, what are you saying? X over X. Oh, jeez, like it. You saying like X over X multiplied 1 plus AS. Right, that's kind of what I did here, I think. I don't know what this X is. What is that X? Children are annoying. Where is this coming from? I've missed something. Oh, okay. Is that what this is? Yeah. 1 plus attack speed. Yeah. That is what I'm doing, I believe. So that's kind of what this represents. So this would be a 0%. 0% attack speed. This is 50%. And this is 100%, right? So 100% attack speed means your cooldown is reduced by half, right? You just half your cooldown. Yeah. So then my attack speed should be a percentage of some kind. They made you go to the shops. Yeah. Let's go to the shops. I want sweets. There's no sweets in the house. Okay. Yeah, so this is correct, right? This is wrong. This will just break the game eventually. If you just subtract like that'll just break. The other way you could do this, I suppose, there's one more way, is you can make the attack speed kind of just reduce the cooldown by a flat amount. Like you just straight up go 5 minus 1 second. But yeah, you also get to a point where, you know, it's 5 minus 5 and then you have 0 seconds. So that's not good. That'll happen eventually anyway. Okay, yeah, no, this is the good way. So what I could actually do is, since my attack speed max, then this is very straightforward. We just divide this by 1 plus our player manager dot instance dot wizard stats dot attack speed. Right? And now we just need to make sure that is some kind of a percentage. Might want to handle negative attack speed. How would that even work? Well, one thing I could try. So once the cooldown gets to 0, what'll happen is your attack speed will be based on the animation speed. So maybe once you get to 0, your animation speed just gets faster. So your cooldown reduces down to 0. Your cooldown reaches 0, then we just increase the animation speed. Right? Why not? Or, and I kind of like the or way of doing this. I'm continuously, as the attack speed gets faster, my animation speed also gets faster. So we are reducing the cooldown, and simultaneously, we are reducing the attack speed animation. So that happens in our animator over here. So we get, where do we even update this from? Yeah. So actually, I'm going to change this because the new attack speed. So this is going to be a percentage now. So I don't need to do that. I can just do new attack speed plus 1. I don't know why that. Oh yes, because your animation speed starts at 1, and then we add the percentage, and it plays it by that amount faster. So if this gets to 2, it plays the animation twice as fast, for instance. Yeah. So it's kind of the same behavior. I wonder what could you do when you get to negative attack speed? Yeah, I don't know. Just start to fire. Oh, you know what could be cool? This might be cool. oh, I might have to do this. So what if? So I've been thinking about the idea of having the characters have multiple attack types. Right? What if maxing certain stats upgrades the attack behavior? Like, here's an example. You have a fireball attack. If you get the attack speed to 0, for instance, okay, not 0, but imagine some number, it's like so fast, it actually upgrades from a fireball to like a fire hose. I don't know what so it's like a continuous flamethrower. Yeah, that's the. So you go from attacking with individual fireballs to eventually just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna spray these guys with fire. That would be kind of interesting, right? So you get like a character evolution type thing happening when you reach a certain threshold. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know. That seems interesting. And you could also go the other way. Maybe this is another thing you could do. For the fireball, if you want to go more damage, I could make the fireball damage scale the attack radius, for instance. So that your damage increases the AoE explosion as well. Or the radius of the explosion. That'd be kind of cool. I'm not opposed to that. The only question is, what do you do with the other characters? Like the ranger shooting an arrow. How do you upgrade that? She goes from shooting an arrow to what? Shooting a gun. If you shoot fast enough, you just get a minigun instead. Actually, how would you upgrade the range? What would be compelling? Because the wizard is not difficult to think of upgrades, because he's magical, right? You can make him do anything. More projectiles? Maybe like a cone of projectiles. But maybe not with attack speed. That might be a different stat that does that. Some interesting ideas. And the knight? What about the knight? What does the knight do? Like attack speed with the knight, also there's a hard limit to how fast he can attack realistically, before it kind of just seems dumb to get more attack speed. I just thought of something you could do. What if you reach an attack threshold for the knight, right? And instead of just swinging his sword like a normal person, when you trigger an attack, he just spins. So when you hold in the attack button, he just spins. And he still moves, so you can still move him around, but he's just continuously spinning all the time when his attack speed is high enough. He's like, screw swinging my sword, I'm just going to swing my hips instead. And he starts spinning around continuously. I might have to do that. But you could... Okay, wait. Let's go test some of this code. So I think my cooldown and stuff should work, but I might have to go change some things. Yeah, whirlwind. Yeah, it's quite a popular thing, right? There's a lot of characters in video games that do that. Yeah, but that'd be kind of cool. Like he just gives up swinging a sword. He's like, no, thank you. He tosses his shield to one side. He takes the sword in both hands, and he just spins. And you could even make it so that you could do that, but since he tosses his shield, that kind of makes it makes him vulnerable for some reason, right? Or because he's spinning so much, he's kind of disorientated, so his movement speed is reduced. So you don't necessarily want to get him to that point, but maybe you do because it's funny, or that's the way you want to play him, right? Okay, let's go to our owl scriptable object quickly. Let's see. So currently, the attack cooldown is 2. Let's make it 5. And then let's see, the attack speed is 2. That doesn't make sense anymore with the way I'm doing attack speed. So, okay, but let's test it, right? Let's test it at least. So if we make this 10, so that's a massive cooldown. And we make the attack speed 0. Right, he should now attack once every 10 seconds. Okay, yeah, you invest in attack speed until you get into cyclone mode, and then you just go movement speed from there. And you can fly around the map in a cyclone. Okay, let's see if this works. I think he should be able to attack at least still. Okay, so that's fine. And they will absolutely destroy the wizard now if he can only attack once every 10 seconds. Ooh, that feels horrible. Okay. So let's just stop and let's make, 10 seconds, let's make the attack speed 100. So this is now 1,000%. So this should be ridiculous, right? Just want to make it super obvious that it's different. Okay, so we have 100 attack speed. Let's go. I was not expecting that. I've made a flamethrower. Holy shit. Wow. Okay, I found my new favorite character. It's amazing. Guys, let's go take on the boss right now. I want to see him survive this. Ah, no, I clicked restart. Damn it. Die. I am a god. Okay, this is the best thing I've done in a while. I'm just playing with the wizard. It's probably a bit harsh, right? The sounds. Hey, you wanna go? You guys wanna go? Get out of my face. This is so cool. Okay, I'm just investing in attack movement speed. I already killed one of the totems. Okay, this is amazing. I actually, I like this so much. I think the machine gun idea is actually the best idea. I'm gonna do this for the ranger as well. How did that not kill them? A lot of lizards? Normally this would be the weakness of the wizard. Oh, I already took out the totems. I want to get to the later waves. I want to see this in action. did it. It's been destroyed. Go get the last totem. Is that all the totems? Is this the entire army? Okay, we got him. Got him. More movement speed. We want to get through this as quickly as possible. Wait, there's still another one over there? Huh. The explosions might be too much right now. So I think once you get to this point, they don't explode anymore, right? That's the evolution of the fireball. That will make sense to me. Okay, is our last totem. Now we just need to figure out how to kill all these guys. I know. That looks so cool. This is amazing. You don't think they can get this fast? Probably not, eh? But I like the idea of like a flamethrower instead of a fireball. I just kind of accidentally got a flamethrower working. Okay, let's end it there. Okay, so the attack speed should be 0. The initial cooldown for the fireball. I mean, let's make it 3 seconds. Right, it's started off there. I don't want it. Yeah, it's hard to say. This is a balance question, right? Who knows how this game is going to be balanced? Okay, so I think I'm going to go change the same thing for the ranger. I want the ranger to work the same way with the math and the knight, obviously, because yeah, a lot of the changes I just made was way better than I used to be doing this stuff. Okay, before I do that, I'm just going to take a quick break, go to the restroom, and I'll see you right after. Like, let me just put this thing up there, take this thing away. Okay, 2 minutes. I have returned. Then you do it. There we go. Sorted. Okay, cool. Let's go change our ranger to work as well as the wizard does now. Okay, so I can take this out. This is fine. Okay, cool. Okay, so first thing is go to the ranger. We need the ranger attack trigger and the animator and then the manager. Right, those are the main things that we're going to have to work with. Why is the manager over there? Let's put it there. Okay, now they're next to each other. Okay, so the first problem we have is we set... Yeah, okay, so let's change this. Our attack speed is now already a percentage. We don't need to multiply it like that. Attack duration. Okay, no, that can go away. So we still want to set the attack speed. So that changes the animation speed, so that's fine. Attack cooldown stuff. I don't think we want any of this here. Okay, then actually, let's go see in Unity. Okay, wait, no. Unity is thinking about things still. Think faster. Okay, let's go see what bad things did I do with the ranger in terms of the animator. Okay, so we also have this attack state thing happening. And I did the same thing with the... Okay, so we don't want the empty state to determine our cooldown. Okay, so we want this... Is this in debug mode or something? Why does it look so weird? Okay, so empty state. Okay, there's no exit time. We transition straight into attack, and then in attack, we have to aim and fire. And there is a exit time between aiming and firing. Okay. Now, this animation is already very fast, so it's not doesn't make that big a difference normally. And let's change this a little bit, like that, I think. Okay, so how do we get here? So I think we get here with an attack trigger. Okay, so the attack, it's the same thing as the wizard. Same idea at least. Okay. Let's get that working then. So the first thing we need to do is our attack trigger in the animator needs to have a constant instead. Right, so we want that. We don't want to edit it in some other way. Okay, and then over here we want something like a set trigger type of thing. Okay, but this would not be that animator. Be the ranger at animator set attack trigger. Okay. And we also want to get rid of, you know, so much of this code is the same. I don't know why I did it like this, but anyway. So all the attack cooldown stuff can go away from there. Attack number also doesn't make any sense to have anymore. So that can go away. Let me just check something. Just a bit paranoid. I thought I was still muted. Okay, so attack, cooldown, duration, all this nonsense, go away. No, we don't need any of this. At all, to be frank. Okay, cool. So now we just have an attack trigger that we set, and we set our animator. Okay, cool. So the ranger attack trigger then, instead. Now, I'm going to leave this for the ranger attack trigger, right? Because I honestly, this might be better for the wizard as well. I don't know why I changed it. But I want to have a capsule to check for damage. Now, I don't think you don't get a check capsule. You just get an overlap capsule. But that's fine. So if there's an enemy in any one of these, our enemies in trigger area will be true. Okay, so we can change this behavior as well. Yes, I'm gonna just okay. So first of all, we want a fixed update function, and all of this stuff will happen there because this is physics colliders and stuff that I'm building, and I don't want that. We don't care whether the character is dead or not. That's in our right. That's not necessary anymore. Okay, we can get rid of some of these lines. Okay. Cleaning up code. This feels kind of nice. Attack flipper, the dumbest function I've ever written. Delete. Thank you. Okay. Nice and clean. Okay, and we can go borrow from the wizard attack trigger, and we can actually delete all this stuff. We've figured this out, so let's take that out. Okay, so we just want, for a start, we want our cooldown timer to sit over there. And this will be ranger stats. Okay. So along with that thing, we also want these. Right? We want those, and we want to set that right here. And this would be the ranger stats instead. Okay, cool. So we get our attack cooldown from the ranger stats, scriptable object. We have our timer running. Now here, what we want instead is this thing to be, if there's something in our trigger area and we are not attack on cooldown, and game input dot instance dot on or trigger can't remember what that's called, is targeting. My greatness is targeting. Okay, so if something's in our trigger zone, we are not on cooldown, and we are targeting, that's great. Attack. So trigger this. This is also pointless. I don't know why that's a thing. We can make attack trigger equals true. Okay, and then we also want an else if, where we basically check if there are no enemies in trigger area. Right, so if there's nothing, we don't attack trigger. Right? We also want to make attack on cooldown equals true. So if we've triggered an attack, we want it to go on to cooldown. Right? Okay, good. What else? Let's go check. So that seems pretty good. Everything there is working. I have the cooldowns. I have all that good stuff. Yeah. Now this might just work. Okay, but let's see. No, it doesn't work because we need in the manager. Yeah, in the manager we need to add a few things. So we want our attack trigger and our... So our trigger is not talking to our animator. So let's call this the Ranger and the Ranger attack trigger. And then we want to do attack trigger dot on something like this. And basically what we want to do then is animator dot set attack trigger. And that's pretty much it. Right, I don't remember there being anything weird. Yeah, attack trigger, we set the attack trigger. That's it. That's the whole spiel. Okay, cool. So now the only other thing we need to maybe think about is go plugging this into the editor. Is that it? Well, we'll quickly see if this works. So let's go to Unity. Unity, my guy. Let's see. Okay, so our Ranger character now has a manager that does something. So we have an attack trigger zone. And we have this, which includes our animator. Nice. Let's play. Oh, wait, I didn't set anything up. Okay, let's just see if she can actually attack anything. Yeah. Okay, it's a bit confused right there for a moment. Interesting. Okay, there's definitely a few bugs here with the behavior. Let's just go and shoot. Huh, interesting. So the animation is playing, sort of. Well, we're not shooting the arrows. We're shooting them sometimes. Interesting. Okay, so let's see, how do we spawn arrows for the Ranger? So you have the arrow spawn position. Let's see, I have my projectile. I think it does the spawning for arrows. Right. Okay, and it basically, okay, it spawns an arrow, but this spawn arrow function is called at some point. Now, I think we spawn arrows. If you look at the Ranger, on the, oh, wait a minute, this might be the problem. Okay, so I think, yeah, it's interesting. I decided, so I think the wizard, this fireball spawner is just on top of the wizard himself. And then for the arrows, I thought they should be somewhere else. Okay then. Okay, but let's see. So I believe that this warrior character events, it spawns arrows. Yeah, spawns arrows. On shoot, it spawns an arrow, and on shoot should play. Let's see, fire straight. There should be an on shoot function right there. Okay, so maybe we're missing this function somehow. That's interesting that we could be missing that function somehow. Okay, let's go into my animator and let's see. So aim straight and then we shoot, right? So here, maybe this is the problem. Okay, so we don't want a weird transition thing like this. Let's just make it a straight transition. What does this button do? Okay. So if we do this, we should always shoot the arrow. We should always call shoot. Okay, let's just see. Let us check. Okay, now we have a bunch of other problems. What? Okay, tell me what's happening. Do they need to overlap a little bit or something? I don't understand. Okay, wait. That was so weird. Maybe they do need to overlap a little bit. Okay. Okay, so she's not shooting when there's nothing to shoot. That's good. Okay, this looks fine. I'm a bit interested in to know why she continues shooting when there's nothing to shoot. Let's see. Oh no, she doesn't. Okay, let's switch on the gizmos and let's just see if this makes sense. So okay, no, that seems fine. Okay, as soon as you let go, she stops. Starts. Stops. Ah, my greatness. Stuck. Okay, let's switch off the gizmos. Let's stop this. Let's go to the ranger's stats. Okay, so attack speed must be 0 to start with. And then the cooldown, like 1 second. Right, that seems reasonable. Okay, but let's also try to make this like 50 and see what happens. Just for the fun, right? We're gonna have a bazooka. Well, not a bazooka. This is gonna be like a continuous stream of arrows. Oh no, she kind of still looks reasonable. I wonder why that is. Yeah, so the animations are not completely broken yet. And this is 100% an animation thing, right? I would guess. Okay. If we make it 100. Like, how did I get the wizard to do what the wizard did? Yeah, it's still reasonable, right? This must have something to do with the animator. Let's pull it aside. Yeah, I think this is 100%. So it does trigger, but there is just a bit of movement happening between them, right? That's interesting. I wonder what the max is technically then. Yeah, so let's... Hello, animator? Can't I open the animator when it's paused? Okay. So let's see. So there shouldn't be any transition here, but I guess there is some built-in transitions somehow. So the multiplier attack speed is applied here. Yeah. And it's applied here. So both of these are fast. Okay, so that's the exit time. Okay, that's not that important. Fixed duration was... Oh, transition duration is independent of state length. No. That might be it. Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, so our transition should not be dependent on the state length. It should... Is it here as well? Yeah, no, fixed duration is turned off there. Okay. Yeah, because I kind of wanted to be able to shoot super ridiculously fast, right? Like the wizard did. So let's see if this works. That might have been it. Because the wizard doesn't have so many transitions, right? Ah, there we go. That seems about right. Yeah, so she has more animations, obviously, that she needs to go through, so... Very interesting. Okay, enough breaking the characters. So everybody starts with 0 attack speed. Okay, cool. 0 attack speed and 1 on the actual cooldown. That seems right for the character. Let's try both. Let's go try the owl and the ranger quickly. Yeah, let's start off. I guess that feels okay. Maybe it's still too fast. Because she doesn't have any attack speed. No, but that is a balance question, right? Yeah, okay. Now if we increase this... Okay, this should be a percentage. It's still increasing it by 0.1. So that's dumb. Okay, let's just go check out the wizard and see if I like the attack speed. I guess this is not bad. Actually, let's go back to... I'm just thinking. That 0.9 might now be 90%. Actually. So let's go get the ranger quickly again. By running all the way to the other side of the map. There we go. Oh no, I did a bad thing. Okay, so I'm thinking this might be 90% actually. Yeah, and this would be 120% already. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, it's absolutely 90%. Okay, so that would be our progression manager. So let's go look at our progression manager for the characters. Yeah, so we have this attack speed increment over here. So these are now percentages. All right, so the first thing I want to do maybe is the attack speed increment. We shouldn't go up 10% per. So let's go 0.02%, for instance. So 2% every time you select it. Maybe that's balanced. Who knows? I don't know. Alright. Oh, this is right. I could have changed that. Okay, anyway. So what I actually need to change is these. Where we have the damage and the attack speed. So the attack speed currently is formatted like that. Okay. So let's do this. So let's take the ranger attack speed, right? Multiply it by 100. And then over here, when we format it, we just do something like that. So now it's and we add a percentage sign, right? And the wizard attack speed (100), and here we add. Yeah, we do it exactly like this. And for the knight, we're gonna have to do the same. Attack speed multiplied 100. Okay, so now it will look. So it's a float everywhere else, and then there it's just gonna be it's percentage. It's gonna look like a percentage anyway. Okay, let's just see what that looks like in the UI. So the knight should have 100% attack speed now, and the other two should have 0%. Yeah, 100%, 0%, 0%. Yeah. Okay, good. And so if I select the ranger. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Okay, 6 points, so that's not quite right. Oh, I'm such an idiot sometimes. Yeah, I should have changed it here. So the attack speed increment should be 0.02%. I forgot I should change it in the inspector. Okay, let's just do that again. Okay. So I should go up to like 12% maximum. Yeah, 12% attack speed. And will it be noticeable? Probably a little bit, right? Yeah, I mean, technically that is more attack speed. Okay, cool. So how does the knight attack speed work? It's probably also completely bugged. 100% it's bugged as well. So let's see. Attack trigger, animator, manager. Okay. yeah, so in the animator, we have all the good old dumb stuff, like our cooldown timer. Do we even use a trigger for the knight's attack? I have no idea. Let's go see. Okay, so knight. How do you attack? With a trigger. Okay, interesting. Yeah, and the knight always does his combo 1-2. He does his good old 1-2. Yeah, his 3 is not that good of an animation. It messes it up, but... Okay, so he does his 1, his 2, and I think I got the attack speed in there, and there, yep. And then... Yeah, I also have the attack speed in, so that's dumb. Don't want that. No fixed duration, no exit time. Once we trigger, we go. Good. Good. Okay. So that stuff's fixed. So it's also an attack trigger, it seems like. I have no idea why the attacking state is even relevant at this point. But anyway, let's not ask too many questions. Okay. So I think that's everything fixed over there. So this, I just want to get rid of that part. And I want to get rid of this, because that's pointless. Okay, we delete a couple of lines. Okay, attack cooldown stuff, go away. I could actually just make an attack cooldown script by this point, I believe. Okay, that can go away. That can go away. And then all of these cooldown things can go away. Oh, we actually don't even set the attacking. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so that's now all cleaned up. So the only thing we want in this is our trigger. Something that looks like that. Okay, and obviously this will just be the knight animator. Attack trigger. Ah, yeah, okay. It's this guy. Okay, there we go. We got the trigger. Sweet. And then in the manager, now we want this stuff. Like so. And we want, yeah, we want to connect. It won't connect right now. Okay, this should be knight. That knight. I'm gonna copy this in. It'll break, but it's fine. I'm in the manager right now, so why not? Yeah. All this is breaking. On knight. Attack trigger. Okay, so all that works actually. Let's rename this to on knight. Attack trigger. Enter. Goodie. Okay, cool. So now we just need to work on the trigger itself. Fantastic. Okay, so we start off by making a fixed update. Fixed update function, and all of this stuff goes into fixed update instead. Hit enemies in attack zone. This is called at a specific time. It's not an update thing. This is just code that's left over from something. Get rid of this. Get rid of the attack flipper because it's terrible. Yep, that means you go. That means you go. And this behavior is going to change significantly. So let's just get rid of that. What else? Okay, we can get rid of those two things as well. Okay. So. No. What did I do? I think I control deed. I control deed. Showing my desktop to the whole world. How embarrassing. Okay, where are we? We need to do... Okay, on night attack trigger stuff. Okay, cool. Ranger attack trigger. So basically we want this timer to run as well for the night. Okay, and we need all of that stuff. Is that Ralph's? Thanks for following. Thanks for the follow. Ralph's. I think it's Ralph's. You're gonna let me know if I mispronounce that. Ralphus. Raffles. No. No. Anyway, thanks for the follow. Okay, so attack cooldown max, that's okay. What we actually need is this, where we get it from somewhere else. And so right there. Not ranger stats though. This needs to be night stats. Yeah, and this should also be night stats. Like that. Okay, we need our else if we don't have enemies in trigger area. Then our attack trigger is equal to false. Okay, over here our attack trigger is true. And our attack... Nope. Cool. Thanks for joining, Ralph's. Wait, did I say that differently now? No. Ralph's. Ralphus. Jeez. Close enough. I'll probably forget some in the future again. Names are hard. And I'm reading it and it's hard. Okay, cool. So we only need to do the attack cooldown, and we need to make sure we are targeting, and then Bob's your uncle. And now all these scripts look exactly the same. I have now 3 different scripts that do exactly the same thing. Okay, except for like this part. Obviously the knight has this, which is unique, and I mean I am referencing different things, so I guess that does something. But I could have made this into some kind of a separate script, maybe a function somewhere where I just put in the correct knight stats. You know. Future me will do this better. My next game will have none of this nonsense. Code. duplication. For this game, though, I'm duplicating code all the way. Okay. I think I've done everything except for the inspector stuff. So let's do the inspector stuff. Inspector stuff. Hello? Manager. Okay, cool. You get the animator and the attack trigger zone. There we go. So now our knight should also work the same way. So let's go see our scriptable object for the knight. So I don't think the knight's going to be that interesting to make, some ridiculous attack speeds. Cooldown 2 seconds, that seems okay. Let's make it 100 and just see how it breaks. I just want to see for science. Alright, Trigger Knight. Let's do... Whoa! This guy is a ninja. Who's this? Okay, that's amazing. Oh, that's amazing. This reminds me of some anime character or something. I don't know. Brrr. Come on, just get in range. Slice, slice. Slice, slice, slice. Oh, why is it so good? Damn it. Imagine if he was fast. Wait. We need to do this. This is required. Let's make his speed like 25. This is going to be amazing. And I'm just breaking the game quickly, okay? This is fun. We should do this once in a while. How else can I break the game now? Oh, I want to make the spawn rate ridiculous. Yeah, actually, this is kind of awkward. Where do we set the spawn rate? I think I need to open this prefab. Yeah, that's annoying, actually. Enemies per 5 seconds. Flippin' 25. No, 50. This is literally going to be a lawnmower now. 100... What? 10,000%. Okay, cool. Let's go. This is the best character ever. I thought the wizard was funny. This is amazing. This should absolutely be possible in the game. It's amazing. Okay, we killed the totem. Oh, look at all the experience everybody gained because I killed like 1 million. Okay, let's get the damage nice and high. This is gonna be even better. Nice and oh, look at my health. Okay, I was kind of struggling there, but it looks like okay. Would the other characters even be able to survive this? I don't think they would. Okay, knight. Look at the amount of rocks that came. Yes, like, why are they throwing me? Oh, I think they're calculating their targets based on my position somewhere during the throw animation. Okay. Let's get rid of that thing. Let's go get the other totem. Okay, now look at this. Oh, geez, the nav mesh, the AI is just breaking. Oh, there's too many of them. Okay, now when I go hit them, they should fly off the screen because I have a lot of damage. Let's go. Okay. I died. Damn. This is some quality gaming right here. I've made a quality game. What is that noise? Hey, Dionaro. Thanks for the raid. Haven't seen you in a while. I'm making amazing things happen in my game. How are you, by the way? I didn't even ask. You want to see the amazing things that I have? It's a little bit broken at the moment, but it's fun. So let's restart. So, I implemented some code to increase the attack speed of the characters. And I just had to see what happens if the knight has 10,000% attack speed. And it was so good that I had to now add 1 million enemies just so I can... So look at this. Okay, I made him faster just because it's even more fun when he's fast. For science, of course, yes. Okay, so this happens, which is not great. So you might think, how is this knight going to be able to do this? Like this. I like this so much. I'm just mowing the lawn. No, it's absolutely a feature. What do you mean? It's amazing. Okay, and you know what's even better? So I'm almost dead. So I didn't make myself indestructible at the same time, unfortunately. But anyway, now that I have some levels, because I gained 10 levels on the first wave, which is also not something that's meant to happen. I can increase my damage, and I can make this even better. Because I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, I made it so that the higher your damage is, the further the knockback distance is on the enemies. So look at this. Let's get some enemies in here. Oh, but the game's just breaking, right? The Navmesh agents and things like that, they just can't do this. But look at the... Nah. I think this needs to be in the game. It's amazing. Jeez. Okay, unfortunately I still take damage. Yes, like it. This is so fun. Maybe this needs to be the game. I just make everything ridiculous. I had the same thing happen with the the wizard actually, which is also kind of cool. Yeah, so if we go here and we make the wizard attack speed 100. What do we make? Yeah, wizard attack speed 100. Now we have two options for incredibly overpowered characters. This might get a bit loud, so just need to warn everybody that this could get a bit loud. So our wizard now also has 10,000% attack speed. That's completely fine, right? 100% balanced. it's not as funny. I think the knight is the funnier character in this act. Yes, like it, but that's a lot of frogs. Let's go through the house. Maybe that's safer. It's not safe. I'm dying. I died? That seems completely implausible. I think the sound effects also kind of do it for me. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's tune everything down by like 1,000,000. Attack speed, nothing. The knight, no attack speed. But this does give me some interesting ideas for making the game better in the future. Right? Like new attacks or abilities or something like that. We were talking about it earlier. You know, if the knight reaches some attack speed threshold, maybe he just changes his behavior. Like he goes into a whirlwind type of spinning attack that he does constantly. Instead of swinging his sword, he just swings his whole body, right? So you can imagine like you could have the whirlwind kind of idea happening. And it will behave kind of like it just did. But the animations and stuff would just look better. Because the animations obviously were not made to do that necessarily. What a good day of game development. I don't think I've enjoyed playing my game this much in a while. Okay, cool. So now everything's back to normal. It's kind of balanced. I don't know what to do next. I got kind of distracted. Okay, so this all started because there was an attack animation issue. And it became, whatever that was. So let's tick that bug off. Cheers, Dianara. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I know it's late where you are from. I think a lot of my viewers are probably stretching it a little bit. All the Americans. The Western Hemispherians. Okay. Okay, so I have this thing that I could do now. Some sound effects. What? Explain. What does this do? This is an AI thing. Jeez. Okay, that's just dumb. Okay. Just don't. I don't need AI to explain to me what my note means. Okay, cool. So fun and balance, I think we've unlocked a new feature. So fun and balance, we definitely need to add new and ridiculous. Hey, I spelled that correctly first try. Character attacks. Whirlwind spinning attack for knight. What about the wizard? Should have like a wizard flame thrower. That's not how you spell thrower. 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 Ranger. I don't know. The Ranger's tough. What's fun with the Ranger? Almost nothing. Currently. But I definitely like if you... let me just drink some water. My voice. If you spec into attack speed for the knight, the payoff 100% should be unlocking the whirlwind spinning attack. If you go into attack speed for the wizard, eventually you just shoot a flamethrower instead of a fireball. That makes perfect sense as well. The ranger... yeah, I don't really know how the ranger would... Attack speed doesn't feel like the thing for the ranger. Maybe it's damage. I don't know. Everything makes perfect sense. It does, doesn't it? The ranger... I'm trying to think, like, would damage do something interesting to the ranger? Not necessarily, right? I mean, you shoot bigger arrows? I don't know, that's weird. Movement speed. We'll think about it, right? We'll come up with something one day. Okay. Are we going to go into sound effect stuff? Nah. Yeah, I need some sound effect stuff, because if, like, okay, let's just make the case for why sound effects are required. So let's add the crocodile. Let's activate him. Right, so we have our boss guy. I need to go detune the camps. I just realized, if I start this game now, there's going to be a million frogs up my bum. Like 2. Yeah, that's better. Okay, save. Okay. Let's just play and see how the crocodile acts. And make a case for why we really need sound effects. Right, so if we start off... Oh, this guy's still super fast. Okay, then. So first of all, he's running towards us. Nothing, right? No menacing big footsteps of an approaching monster. The screen isn't shaking. You know, it's kind of meh. Okay, I'm way too fast. Oh, he does his spinning attack. Yeah, that's right. You can't evade him like that forever. Okay, so that's definitely needed, and actually all my characters need footsteps. It's like a small thing that if you add it, it just brings the game to life a little bit more, I think. Whoopsie. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, let's go also fix, because I completely forgot about the... no, I need to be in the scriptable objects. Movement speed for the knight is like 9 previously. Okay. Okay, so we need like monster footstep sounds. Okay, you guys ready for listening to a million audio file thingies? Okay, so audio assets, let's see. We have this bundle. I'm sure there are sound effects, footstep sound effects here. Monster sound pack. Large monster. Yeah, okay, these are just attacks. Okay, attacks and roaring and stuff like that. No, that's what I want. Oh. There's a whole footsteps sound pack 1. Carpet, cave, concrete, dirt, grass, I guess. Okay, do we do a loop or we do a one shot? So we can do one shot audio, that's not a problem. Our animations already support that. Yeah, maybe we do one shot. Let's do the one shot stuff. Let's try it that way. Grass, one shots. Okay. You're gonna have to switch off the music. Sorry for that. You're gonna just have to listen to footsteps. These are super silent. These just like 100 sound effects. Wow, there's so many. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just chuck all of them in for all the small characters. And then for the crocodile, I'm going to need something a little bit more substantial than this. Yeah. Okay, we can play the music again. So yeah, so I'm just going to use all of them. That's not a problem. So we go to our scriptable objects. Our scripts. Scriptable object scripts. Audio clips. Okay, now... Yeah, okay, so we had the footstep loop thing. That's what I thought we were going to do. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Public audio sword clips. That doesn't make any sense. Footsteps. Oh, jeez. I knew there should be a T somewhere. Footsteps on grass. Okay, footsteps on grass. So that should now be in our scriptable object. Do I still have coffee? Oh, I do. Okay. So my audio clips, footsteps on grass. That's good. Let's just lock this. Okay, so I click on something. Grass one shots. Okay, so I select all of them, I guess, and I drag them in here. 120. That's probably excessive. Yeah. Oh well, let's see how it goes. Yeah, this is gonna. Nah, this is excessive. Damn it. How do I remove a bunch of them now? Oh wait, does that work if I did this? Oh yeah, it does. Okay, cool. Yeah, like because every time a footstep sound is played, it'll need to go through this whole thing. Okay, 14. That's good enough, right? Let's work with 14. And there's going to be a lot of footstep sounds, right? Because all the characters play footstep sounds. So, yeah, we need to be reasonable with the amount of variations we can have. So that seems fine. Okay, let's go to our sound manager and see how we do this. Okay, so sound manager. Play, hit sound, totem, all the good stuff. Crocodile, boss sound, hit sounds. Yeah, we should really... Fireball sounds. Okay, let's put this one at the top because this is like the first thing we would want to do. Play void, play foot steps on grass. Okay, and we have a transform target. Okay, and we do this thing, basically. Now, I have no idea how loud this is going to be. So let's just do it at 1F volume for now. Okay, and we want footsteps on grass. Okay, so we do audio clip SO, footsteps on grass, target position and volume. It calls the play sound function, which is down here. And it'll go through the array, get one of the sound thingies, and then send it to this thing, which plays it at some volume multiplier. Yeah. What is that volume? That's the global volume, I suppose. Okay, so that's good enough. That's easy enough. Then we just need to go to our animators. So for instance here, we have foot right and foot left. So every time those are invoked, we want to play one of our sound effects, right? So we already have the sound manager in here. So we can literally just do a sound manager dot play footsteps on grass. Why did it do that? Yeah, so we do that there, and we do that there. And this should work for the night, right? And then we have a similar manager, events manager for each of the other characters. Okay, so let's ranger. This is the ranged bomber. Okay, you know what? We could just go and copy all of this. Control C. Okay, then we go. Let's go from the top. Crocodile. No, let's skip that one. Knight. We just did. Okay, so ranged bomber. So these ones. Override. Ranger. Foot left, foot right. Override them. The sample melee enemy. Foot right and left. Do that one. And then the wizard. Yeah, they all had a sound manager already attached. Okay, so we play. Let's just think about this. So the character, the knight, that's done. So it's the knight, the ranger, the wizard, and the two enemies. Those 5 should play footstep sounds. Then we want to go find like deep rumbling or rumbling footstep sounds for the crocodile, because he's gigantic, right? I think so. We should also, I should figure out how to do screen shake. Even if it's just subtle, right? That gives you an effect of, hey, something big is coming. Gives some, some English word. Sorry, guys. I might be running out of my quota for English for the day. That's a thing that happens when you are not a native English speaker. You have a word quota each day, and you run out eventually. Okay. Let's go listen to these sounds playing. Let's hope it's not completely overwhelming. It might be completely overwhelming. Okay, let's stop the music for a second and let's really listen to this. Okay, so I'm going to take the ranger. No, I still have the crocodile in here. Damn it. Wait, I can just do that. Then he disappears. There we go. Okay, ranger. It's a bit loud, right? Oh yeah, it's super loud. I also... Okay, so here's my other problem. And this might be something that I'll have to go and learn. And that is how... is there a correct way of doing sounds? There probably is. Saying that out loud, I immediately answered my own question. It's like, is there a correct way? I mean, there should be. Okay, so place footstep sounds. We can give this like a 0.5 maybe. So what I mean by correct way, because what I'm currently struggling with is sound effect priorities. So I don't care about the footstep sounds when the attack sound is playing, for instance. I want to prioritize the attack sound over the footstep sound. But currently I'm just doing these one-shot audio clips, and I do know that when I have too many things happening and too many of these sound effects playing, it'll prioritize... I don't know what it actually prioritizes. It'll just choose. So that's kind of an issue, and I do need to figure out how to properly do this. You'll notice, actually, if you go to my thing here, cool stuff to watch later or research. Sound done the correct way. There's a YouTube video that I wanted to go watch. And then there's a streamer bot thing I also want to go check out. Looks kind of interesting. Oh, don't use that word in my chat. Object pooling? I might have to ban this guy. No, not really. Kidding. Yeah, I know object pooling is a thing. Currently, I'm just white knuckling it, right? Oh, so does object pooling actually handle sound effects as well? Are they considered objects? So it actually creates a sound object, and then it decides whether or not to play it somehow. So in object pooling, do you also have a priority system that you can use, or that you can build in? I suppose you can, I guess. But I also know it helps with performance, right? Would it not matter about priority? Why do you say that? That's an interesting statement. I'm intrigued. Maybe I go learn object pooling. I did a little bit of object pooling, but I thought I did it the wrong way when I was working with Godot. I think Unity maybe has some way of doing it, maybe inbuilt. I don't know. Oh, it allows you to play multiple sounds at once. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, let's listen to the footsteps. It might be a little bit too loud still, right? It needs to be subtle. Yeah, this is overwhelming, actually. Yeah, I should do object pooling at some point because even with it's not only the sound effects, right? All the projectiles, for instance, every time I shoot an arrow or every time a bomb gets thrown or whatever, that's a new object that spawns into existence and then gets deleted. And I've seen this happen because I know that Unity kind of stores a bunch of objects in memory, and then at some point it's like, whoa, there's all these things have been destroyed in the scene or in the game, so let's clear the memory a little bit, and then you just drop all your frames like at that moment. You get a massive lag spike, and it feels bad. And then the game kind of continues normally after that, but you don't want, these frequent lag spikes, I guess. Yeah. So I want to get rid of that. I guess what I could try. I need to do object pooling. That's the right way of doing it, right? But what I could do is I could maybe do object pooling, and then on the end of the wave, I could make it dump excess objects. So then your lag spike is happening while the game is paused. So, who cares? Something like that could also work. But that I classify that as optimization. And optimization will happen sometime after balance. I might be forced to do it before then, but yeah, that's how I currently feel about it. Anyway, might have to go and optimize the game sooner than I thought I would otherwise. That doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, but you can see I do create a bunch of audio. Look at this. This is now all the footstep sounds playing, right? These are game objects that are created every single time I play one of these sounds. Yeah, that's kind of insane. I mean, they're probably super tiny. They're not like megabytes of memory space, but it still makes me scared a little bit seeing that. Your hierarchy just expands into infinity. Yeah, so okay, let's do that again. Let's play with the Ranger again. Let's just give us some buffs, and let's do that with music. I just want to hear if I enable the game music, it's if it how it sounds, So this is the game music, which, yeah, you see, actually, now that I have this open, so I have an audio source here, and this thing I can set priority for. So it's currently very low, but I can set its priority, volume, pitch, all these things. But I don't have any way of setting it for the other ones, I don't think. The ones I do in the script. Maybe this is what that video teaches me that I haven't watched yet. We'll have to go and see. Okay. Okay. Listen to that. You know what's happening? Okay, so you can hear the music cuts out, right? This is because there are so many one-shot audio things playing right now that the music gets shoved out of the scene or something. I don't know how this works. But I remember this happening as well when I had a lot of attack animation sounds playing as once as well. So these one-shots are currently overriding the music in some way. That's interesting. Now, what I should probably do... Okay, so here's maybe one way to make this better. Look, this is an audio source with priority. It's creating an audio source with priority. So I could, when this audio source is created, just set the priority, like I set the volume. Man, why am I so dumb? This function over here. Yeah, I mean it literally says audio source dot play clip at point. So how do I set that? Do I do audio source dot priority? Or do I need to create a new audio source, change the priority, or is there an override for priority? Let's go look at the overrides. Overloads, whatever you call them. So you get the clip, the position, the volume. What else can you do with play clip at point? You get the clip, the volume. Yeah, okay. There's not a lot of stuff you can do there. Okay, so maybe I create an audio source first. Okay, let's see. If we do audio source dot, what can we do here? Yeah, actually, maybe we should look at this class and see. So audio source, what properties does it have? It should have a property called yeah, pitch. So we can do get pitch, set pitch. Okay, that makes sense. Volume, that makes sense. Then time, I don't know what that means. Time samples, clip, that makes sense. Resource. Oh, we can even do that stuff. Cool. Okay. Is playing, is container playing, is virtual loop. There's a lot of stuff here. Priority. So it's a get or set priority. So if I do set priority, yeah, I can just do priority. Yeah. So I need to create an audio source first. Hey, look at this. There's a code dump here. I'm learning stuff. Who needs a YouTube video when you got Twitch chat? I can't remember why I got that. Yeah, so here what you'll do. Ooh, yes, okay. Something like this, where you create a new audio source, which is a game add component audio source. Oh, that's how it works. Okay, then you do audio source dot clip equals my clip, which would be this one over here. Right, audio source dot priority equals 1. Instantiate audio source transform dot position. So the position would be this position. What is this for? Rotation. It's not important. So when you instantiate this, would it play already? I should also do volume equals this, right? And then I don't need this anymore. So would it just play the audio actually? Is this a play on load type of thing? play on instantiate, I guess. Yeah, I was getting into. I was probably going to start doing it this. This is where I would have ended up if you gave me another, I don't know, 35 to 60 minutes. I'd probably have done something a little bit strange though, but yeah, but this at least gets me my clip. It has a position priority now, and then instantiates a audio source. Let's try it. You would need a game object. Oh wait, this is now. Oh, it's getting the game object, my sound manager. I see. I see. I see. So this doesn't. You need to spawn a game object in this case, where play clip at point kind of does that for you, right? Okay. Okay, but what if we just did this? What if I don't do this at all, and I just do audio source? Audio source equals new audio source, right? Does this work? So I create a new audio source, then I get all the stuff done, and then over here, what if I just do my audio source, play clip at point? That doesn't work. Cannot be assessed with an instance reference. Qualify it with a type name instead. Okay. So you still need to instantiate your audio source. But now it should just create an audio source somewhere randomly in the world, right? I believe. Let's go do it. I'm just going to go do it. Well, yes, like it. I never... Whoopsie. Stop. Okay, let's play. Let's see. This makes sense to me, at least. But I might be wrong. Nothing's happening. Okay, so the audio is not playing. Now, none of my audio is playing, obviously, yeah. And somehow, my enemies also don't die anymore. How? How is that even... Oh, okay, because it's... okay, we're getting... okay, I see. When we're calling the... Okay, the code just broke. Okay, understand. Okay, so that's not how we do the sound manager. Where's my music? Okay, there we go. Okay, I think I know what you mean by you need. So we need... So basically play sound should... Okay, let's just undo a couple of things. Okay. So we get our game object. We add a component, audio source, and then we instantiate. When you add a component, does that just mean it does this, for instance? So let's say I might have a sound manager. I do have a sound manager. Okay, so let's put it here at the top, and let's change the name to sound manager. So would that script actually go and add a component like this? And it will be an audio source component. to the sound manager, actually. That seems like what it's going to try and do. Right? Because it gets the game object. The game object is that sound manager. It adds a component to the sound manager of type audio source. And it does all these things. But it won't be able to add a lot of components with it. And this is why I suppose you do object pooling. Because in that case, you could have a object be spawned, add the component to it, and then it will disappear later, I guess. Okay, so let's see what this does, actually, just out of curiosity. I believe I know it's going to add it to the sound manager as a component, and that might break. Possibly. Potentially. Okay, wait. Yeah, it totally did that. Okay. Okay, and the priority is very low every single time. Yes, okay. Is that reasonable? It doesn't seem reasonable. Okay, let's stop that. This is interesting. Some interesting stuff. Okay, we might have reached... I'm not going to call it a dead end. But, okay, let's do control / and this for now. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I need to go figure out how this could work the right way. It'll take some time, and it'll take some thinking, some brain work a bit later. It is almost 8 a.m. right now, which means I have to go do some other work, unfortunately. Yeah. So I'll let me... Oh, look at this guy. He just gave me some more code. Shouldn't be you be coding your own game. You're coding my game now. Ah, geez. It's terrible when you copy the stuff in here. Okay, so let's see. Game object, new. Okay, let's do something like this. I'll look at this a bit later in more detail. Hopefully it's not super difficult to figure out. So you create a new ground sensor. Oh, is that how you create a new game object? Oh, you get... Oh, okay. You give it a name. I didn't know that. I've learned something. Okay, but then you take that same game object. No, it's fine. I guess you could call this new audio player, blah, blah, whatever, right? Doesn't matter. Okay, game object. So then you set the position and rotation to where you want it to be in the world. And then you create a source. So that's a sound, game object, and component. Then you get a clip, priority, and source.play. Okay, cool. That makes complete sense. I don't need to go watch that YouTube video now. Let me just comment that out. I'll come back to this. Like I said, I need to go. Thank you so much for the help. And for everybody who joined me today and the follows and stuff like that, there's 11 of you. So the right thing would be to go and raid somebody, right? So let's raid a person. Let's see who's online that I follow. Okay. You guys want to see some Okay, I have 2 people that I follow that's online right now. The one does Unreal, the other one does Unity. Honestly, haven't had... That's so sad. Like, I keep rating these people and I never stick around to actually watch their streams because I need to go immediately after I start the raid. But I've watched enough of it to know that, you know, they do some interesting stuff. Let's go with the Unity guy today. Tomorrow we'll do the Unreal guy. Okay, let's see. Start raid. Okay, everybody. Let me get on out of here. Go do some other work. The work that pays the bills. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Cheers. Raid now. And then for YouTube, we need to do ending mute desktop audio.